Hello guys and welcome to my stream of Sherlock Holmes The Awakened Part 1. Let's just get on with it. Shadow over London, Baker Street.
Dr. Watson, would you kindly close the door behind you so that we can limit the price of your carelessness to merely hours of work rather than days?
My apologies, Mr. Holmes. I found myself rather taken aback. I saw tidier houses in war-torn Afghanistan. Are those my surgical needles?
I ran out of tacks and the matter required immediate attention.
Was that my supper?
Plainly not, for I was the one who ate it.
I set it aside for this evening.
And for that I am grateful.
Is that my bed?
Watson, since you've proven yourself a master of observation, might I ask you to apply your skills to a more pertinent question? Namely, the whereabouts of today's newspapers. They are the key to everything. The newsboy is usually reliable.
Medically speaking, I often find that the key to everything is good sleep. In a bed. Your papers are here, on the table.
Let us see what the postman brought today.
And now it's time for a get a drink. I know that I need to read the newspapers, but can I interact with anything else here?
Another letter from Werner. I never reply, but they keep coming.
Tensions between England and Sweden are running high after a series of unfortunate mishaps. During a recent visit to London by Swedish Princess Ildur. Chief among the scandals was the embarrassment of the British diplomatic corps as a result of the unexplained disappearance of Princess Ildur's personal bodyguard. The long-time member of her inner circle took the opportunity to explore London while off duty, and never returned from his late-night promenade. The spokesman for the police assures that the advertiser that they are confined, the bodyguard will be located, as he is striking a representative of a Scandinavian people. A man like that gets noticed, whether by his peers at the gentlemen's club or the fair nightingales who comfort him.
Local gossip, all of it uninteresting. Your order from Barnes' bookshop has arrived, Doctor.
Barnes insists on delivering the books to our door, even though we could easily walk to his shop. That's good service.
I don't see the Strand. Where is it?
Pardon me?
I am on the precipice of uncovering a pattern of crime across London spanning many months and involving many men. The missing paper cannot be a coincidence.
That's preposterous.
My dear fellow, life is infinitely stranger than anything which the mind of man can invent.
Well, life used your newspaper to wipe its posterior, so after that unpleasant discovery this morning, I disposed of it. But in lieu of the Strand, perhaps I can deliver you something equally tantalizing. I have just returned from a patient of mine, Captain Stemwick, who...
No, that will not do. Grab your coat, Dr. Watson. Let us hope nobody has collected the dustbin.
The dustbin is yours for the digging, Mr. Holmes.
Can I turn this over?
I'm close, I know it. I just need one more piece to crack the case.
Is that so? Yes, finally I can run inside. It's rainy today, why not rest in something more appropriate? Why cannot I use arrow keys? I seem to have the most of the outfits from the older game here. I could just play as Watson. Among our morning deliveries is a book for Watson. Hastings? No, it's not Hastings. Hastings was somebody else. What was the name of my housekeeper?
You were mistaken, Dr. Watson. The paper was indeed dirtied, but not how you implied. It's potting soil. A cactus spine. If it gets in your skin, it's awfully tricky to remove, and when laced with poison, the perfect assassination tool. See, Watson? The conspiracy is real. Someone tried to poison me.
Poison? You? That's madness.
Get the Strand. Get your copy of the Strand here.
Oh, my
Sorry,
sweet
Mr.
boy.
Holmes. I just sold my last paper.
Well, why the fuck were
Then why are
you?
you still here?
Boss pays by the hour.
Shouting
No
about.
sense in returning early.
Any breaking news today?
The dog accident. It's the talk of the town.
Yes, yes. Besides the tripe on the front page, anything about burglaries?
I'm not sure, sir.
You're a bright child. I presume you see everything that goes on around here?
Nothing gets past me, mister.
Then tell me, did you notice anyone suspicious at my door this morning?
Like the man with your newspaper?
Precisely. What do you know?
I know the value of a shilling.
Dr. Watson,
Sure, now I can take the day off.
can you describe the man you saw?
He was carrying a lot of books. Up to his chin they were.
Never heard of a well-read assassin.
Looks can deceive. Hence the appeal of disguises. Did you see what he was up to?
Nah, not really. I saw him approaching your house, but I had a customer. Then there's a loud bang. I ducked down. Not because I was scared, because I wasn't. I had to protect the merchandise. And all I could see was him kneeling at your door.
Which way did he go?
Not sure. I was distracted by customers. Sorry.
All right. You earned your shilling. That'll be all.
Thanks, Mr. Holmes. Maybe I could be your eyes and ears, if you have more shillings.
You can get mindfulness. Open the
Get the
case
strand.
book.
Get your copy.
The newsboy said that the suspicious man was carrying a stack of books, and this morning Mr. Barnes, the local bookseller, delivered a novel for Miss Dr. Watson, a cactus pine for assassination, a loud bang, a visit to Mr. Barnes is in order.
Come now, Mr. Holmes. Murder? Yes, Barnes has his quirks, but he also has his scruples.
Not every pawn knows it's part of a game.
Get the strand. Get your copy of the strand here.
Why do you keep shouting about the strand when you don't have any of those?
Get the strand. Get your copy of the strand here.
We could easily walk there so it's close. At some point we will probably need to climb there.
Do you even have enemies that would want to kill you? Okay, perhaps from Cordona.
Stenwix Manor. Now, where is that bloody bookshop? That's a barber. Ah, Baron's bookshop. Ah, it's there.
How
Miss
about that
Barnes?
Vogel fellow? He seems rather obsessed with you. Would he do something like this?
Oh no, that was Watson.
I could hardly imagine anything more macabre. So, Barnes has a dog now. Who's a good boy?
I have a hard time of believing Holmes would actually even say that dogs are good boys. Newspaper ink. Seems unlikely that such person would be involved in a murder plot, even if then. I think that he's just a workaholic.
Mr. Barnes, a word. Oh, for goodness sake.
Who goes there?
Sherlock Holmes. Now will you please...
Mr. Holmes. Golly, I did not see you come in.
Would you care to answer some questions for me?
Well, I wish I could, but I am deep in the weeds with work. How about we reschedule in a month or two?
Come now, Mr. Barnes. It will only take a moment.
No, really deep in the weeds with important things.
Was he
help yourself
blackmailed
to any
then?
book, just take it and pay later. I trust you, Mr. Holmes.
Barnes doesn't seem like himself. Why is he acting this way?
You're asking the right questions, Doctor. Let's find a way to coax him out. The ladder is broken, recently, judging by the freshness of the wood.
That is most likely the reason of the limp. Catalogue of exotic plants on Barnes' counter. The name of the catalogue reads Everlasting Plants for Everlasting Love.
Basics of cryptoanalysis, cryptography in Egypt. It appears Barnes has an interesting hobby.
Well, that explains that picture.
The finest view London has to offer. In the language of Mycroft's secret agents, it's a sign. Dried flowers are replaced when the job is done. I wonder who the recipient is. An improvised stand, but it does make the flowers more visible.
Barnes has always been a little odd, but this is uncharacteristic even for him.
Do I have anything more on the inside?
Apologies, but I can't hear you. Please come back later.
I'm starting to think that he was blackmailed.
Hello there. What's your name?
Lily, I know, not very original. The weather is dreary, isn't it? To be fair, my flowers could use the rainfall.
Why are you standing outside then?
Encouraging people to stop and smell the roses?
Our national emblem. God save the Queen.
Familiar spine? This is what I found in my dustbin. The pot is damaged. The blow was severe, but softened by something. It must take patience and care to produce a bloom so beautiful.
I imagine so. I merely sell them.
I see.
Anything tickle your fancy, Mr. Holmes?
Most likely for beauty at this point. Morning fruits. Change shoes upon arrival. Okay, let's try this again. Mrs. Fleming uses makeup to hide her tear-stained cheeks. Her dress is made from expensive fabric that is not suitable for outside work. Her shoes show no traces of mud. She must have changed them when she arrived. While she tries to bury her grief by dressing extravagantly, she still wears mourning fruits in memory of her late husband. Her gaze, always staring off into the distance, reveals her emotional detachment. Taken as whole, one must conclude that Mrs. Fleming is still feeling from her tragic loss. As mourning fruits in memory of her late husband, her dress is made from expensive fabric that is not suitable for work. Her shoes show no traces of mud. She must change them. Her eyes constantly dart around the street, seemingly in search for something. Perhaps she is waiting for someone. While Mrs. Fleming cherishes the memory of her departed husband, she is trying to move on, and suggested by her makeup and nice outfit, perhaps she is dressing to attract someone's attention, or simply because she has learned to love herself again.
Mrs. Fleming, you look particularly lovely today. Is there a reason?
Does a woman need a reason to look or feel beautiful?
No, but your distant look suggests you seek one man's gaze in particular.
Who told you that?
Nobody. Merely a keen eye and some simple deduction.
Well, I'll kindly ask you to keep your keen eye to yourself, Mr. Holmes.
I'll be off.
I don't have any evidence to point. Maybe in the elevator, something. Most likely no. I think that I'm...
Impressive stature, strong gaze. I think this man deserves a knighthood.
Really, Holmes? How can you be so sure?
On rare occasions, Watson, it can suffice to trust one's gut.
Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
I'm afraid I can't help with that, Mr. Holmes. I'm afraid I can't help with that, Mr. Holmes.
One of these things is not like the other.
Come again?
The cactus. Those fearsome spines can prove a devil to remove, and the sap is often toxic.
And a rose thorn can give you tetanus, but we still grow them. The cactus seems comparatively harmless, though you have me thinking it must be valuable.
I was under the impression that you knew its price already.
Your guess is as good as mine. The first time I saw this cactus was when I came back from my break.
Okay, so somebody planted the cactus there.
What do you make of the flowers in Barnes' shop window?
Well, they could use a bit of water.
Do they mean anything to you?
Mean anything how? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Holmes.
Why do you think they're there?
Are you suggesting the flowers are for me?
It seems likely, does it not?
Oh, I hope you're right. I don't know anything about this, sorry.
Of course you don't.
Are you familiar with Mr. Barnes?
Yes, no, not really. Well, in a way.
What on earth does that mean?
I know who he is, of course, but we haven't shared much more than a look.
A look?
Yes. Each morning I go for a walk in the park with my dog, and most days I spot Mr. Barnes there with his new puppy, so we see each other. Actually, we once met briefly while our dogs played. He was quiet and seemed unsteady as he approached, but since then, we've never spoken. I often see him staring through the shop window. Sometimes I wonder what he thinks about that would etch such longing onto his face.
Mrs. Fleming claims yes. Have you read that already? Exotic plants catalog. doesn't even make sense. Maybe this one. Oh. Barnes displays bouquet of dead flowers to attract the attention of Miss Fleming, florist. He may hope she will come to withering advice, or it could simply be a symbol of desperation. Barnes anonymously gifted her a cactus, which he ordered from the catalogue on his counter. A questionable choice, but for Barnes a symbol of his eternal love, since the catalogue presents these cacti as immortal.
I think perhaps I have been chasing shadows.
Do not despair, Mr. Holmes. Even the best of us make mistakes. We better tell Mr. Barnes what we've learned.
I should have worn something warmer.
Mr. Barnes, I know what you did, and I know why you did it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes. I can't hear you very well from behind the door.
You ordered a cactus from the plant catalogue and then left it for Mrs. Fleming as a gift. You place flowers in the window to get her attention and wear high heels to appear taller and more desirable. You are her secret admirer. I couldn't read this morning's edition of The Strand because it was covered in soil and spines. I know you dropped a cactus on it and then fled.
Barnes, it's Dr. Watson. Rest assured we are not interested in disclosing your personal affairs to anyone, including Mrs. Fleming. Please come out.
All right, then.
So, you know what happened then? I was on my way back from the post office, having picked up the cactus and some books. It was quite an awkward package, heavy too, and when I got to your door, I dropped the cactus in your paper. Forgive me.
I needed that paper to prove a theory and prevent a crime. Your actions were rather disruptive. Your clumsiness carrying the post is matched only by the clumsiness of your romantic gesture.
Oh, it's true. I am useless with this sort of thing. I'm not even sure if Mrs. Fleming noticed.
As in most things in life, truth is the answer. Cease with the abstruse signals and anonymous gifts, and simply talk to the woman. What is the worst that can happen? She rejects you, and you are freed from this endless purgatory.
Yes, you are correct, of course. I do have a slight tendency to overthink things. Thank you.
So, at last, we return to the matter of the paper. I'm
So
investigating
I
a
was
string
right.
of
Good.
burglaries. Did you perhaps read of any before
No need
the
to restart
edition was
then.
spoiled?
I don't recall, but you're welcome to read our copy for yourself.
You had an issue of The Strand here all along?
Well, naturally. I am a bookseller. I have a subscription to every magazine and newspaper in London.
So you ought to be familiar with the concept of burying the lead.
Oh no, my apologies, Mr. Holmes. I'll make it up to you however I can. I am an expert on obscure languages and translation and.
Yes, okay. Just give me the paper.
Saltpeter explosion rocks docks. Locals at the Port of London had a rude awakening last night with a loud bang. Bangs and thick red smoke disturbing the peace. Merchant ship Moskva had docked at Pier N3 in the early evening en route to Europe, when it was rocked by several concussive explosions. The Port Authority is yet to comment on the incident, and it's unknown if any crew members were on board at the time. Eyewitnesses report seeing saltpeter leaking into the river, but with the area still off limits to workers, And the public, it may be some time before we have a full account of what's
Come,
transpired.
Dr. Watson. Let us put this matter behind us.
Farewell, Mr. Barnes. I hope to hear good news about you and Mrs. Fleming.
Let me know if there's any way I can make it up to you. Tell you what, tomorrow's edition of The Strand is on me.
I'm sure Barnes has had enough of our meddling, Mr. Holmes. We best be off.
Well, that was an utter waste of time.
An assassination did seem rather unlikely.
There was supposed to be another burglary. I was certain of it. Something you wish to say, Doctor?
No. Well, only that you have a remarkable faculty for deduction and pattern recognition. And that perhaps, if ill applied...
I see things that are not there.
Yes. It is London. There will always be burglaries. Doesn't have to mean anything.
So it seems. Forgive me. Without something to occupy my mind, I turn into an entirely different animal.
Which brings us back to my news from earlier. I think I have a case for you, a real one.
Truly?
Indeed. Though perhaps not as thrilling as your stories from Cordona. A patient of mine, Captain Stenwick, told me that his servant disappeared. I said I knew just the man to help. What do you say?
Oh, Watson.
Yes, I know it's not the most tantalizing mystery, nor the story to launch my writing career. But...
It's brilliant. Let's go.
Oh, good. Well, his house is nearby. Come.
Apparently in this direction. I assume that they have coded Watson to show me the real way.
Not much further now.
Ah. He lives here, does he?
Is this lousy attitude of yours because of my altercation with Inspector Lockhart? Did he put you up to this?
Sir, the inspector has nothing to do with it. I'm telling you the same thing I tell anyone seeking a missing person.
Good day, gentlemen. Forgive the intrusion. Captain Stenwick, this is my colleague Sherlock Holmes, the consulting detective I told you about.
At last, a professional. This useless officer refuses to do anything about Kimmy here, my missing servant. What was your name again? I shall be certain to inform your superiors.
Sergeant Ruffles. And it's my superiors who made this decision, sir.
Have there been other disappearances lately?
Yes.
Of course, here and there. But when life is tough and opportunity comes knocking, you can't blame those who answer.
Why has the police department decided not to help?
We investigate murders, thefts, fraud, arson, real crimes. A servant walking away from his master is not our highest priority. That said, if we find Kimahia breaking the law, we'll be sure to notify Captain Stenwick. Now, I must be off. Best of luck in your search.
You heard that, didn't you? The way that man spoke to me. I shall need your written testimony. Then we can lodge a complaint.
Captain, perhaps Mr. Holmes' time is better spent learning about your servant, so that he may begin his investigation.
Ah, yes. Quite right. Fire away.
When did you last see your servant?
Kimmy here normally brings me the morning papers, but yesterday I had to get them myself. He must have escaped the night before yesterday.
May I see your servant's bedroom?
His shack is in the garden. You can't miss it.
Did you search the room?
Of course, but only to check he wasn't lying dead inside. Everything seemed normal at a glance.
Tell me about Kimahia.
He's foreign, a Maori, all the way from New Zealand. Biggest man you've ever seen, and as strong as two. Dark hair and fearsome tattoos. He doesn't speak a whit of English, never bothered to learn. But I made do with pointing. I invested a lot of money in him, so he must be found.
I take it this is the first time Kimahia has vanished?
Undoubtedly. The man seemed terrified of the city. I think it was all the noise. He never left this estate. Should he cause any damage, I will bear the responsibility, for it was I who rescued him from savagery and brought him here to England in the first place.
Is there any reason Kimahir may have left?
I should think not. He had all he could have wanted. Gainful employment, new clothes, and all the cabbage he could eat.
Did Kimahir make off with anything of value?
Heavens, no. I would have mentioned it to Sergeant Ruffles.
Still, he must have fled with some money on his person.
No. I kept his wages in my safe. For security.
All right, Captain. I think I have enough to get started. We shall first take a look around the mansion.
Go ahead. I'll be here, mentally drafting my complaint.
Nothing in here. Most likely I need to go to the shack.
Looks like a knee print.
Okay, so somebody was hiding here.
Chewing tobacco.
And
A shoe print, roughly size 11, with a worn-out sole. These are a workman's boots. Someone knelt here. The amount of chewing tobacco suggests they were waiting a while.
Amazing, Mr. Holmes. To read the ground like an open book.
okay, somebody was kneeling behind here. That we already knew. Concentration helps you pick up smaller details on the world.
Who could have left these tracks? They seem fresh. This lock is quite unusual. It appears that the key should be bent to the right.
Is this something highly unusual?
The rag reeks of smoke. Someone plugged the chimney.
Okay. Anything else on the outside here? Seems nope.
A scrap of Hessian. These were sturdy boxes. It would have required a serious blow to break them. Impressive. The sack of grain retained the shape of an impact. Someone hit their head here.
There's one clue missing. Where is it?
A small Navy spyglass. A Maori nose flute. Ngurus, they're called. Clothes made of hessian. Is Sten really so miserly? Button chops. The remains of a meal. The ashes are long since cold. Heavy chemical odour. Lend me your nose, Doctor.
Ah, I'll never forget that smell after my time in Afghanistan. That's an opioid, Mr. Holmes, a narcotic.
No air coming through it.
Most likely... Something has happened here. Anything on this corner? No.
The door to your garden has an interesting lock.
Yes, I have uncommon locks on every door of my mansion. It makes them harder to pick. Kimmy here and I both had a set of keys.
I'll need to borrow them.
No, you'll need to do what I tell you to do. Examine the garden. Are you joking? Why would I know this?
I assumed that would help me to get the keys from you.
I thought you were meant to be intelligent.
I came across a pile of Hessian clothes in the shack. Are they Kimahir's?
Yes. I had to give him something to clothe himself. He seemed unfazed by his bare skin, but I found it distracting.
Is this spyglass familiar?
I don't recognize it.
Could it be Kimahir's, perhaps?
I doubt it. I never saw him with it, nor could I suggest how he might have come by it. I thought you were meant to be intelligent.
Has Kimahir ever indulged in tobacco?
No, the man doesn't even drink.
Are you certain? I found chewing tobacco in the garden.
I controlled Kimahir's expenses since he struggled with the currency. I would have known if he used tobacco. Where on earth are you going with this?
Do you happen to know Kimahir's shoe size?
I wouldn't have the foggiest. But I'm sure it was enormous. Not that it matters. He spent his life barefoot. Despite my best efforts, he simply did not take to shoes. Why are you still here?
Okay, so I can see from in here when I have something that I can use to talk with. And I can also see can I now pick the lock? Okay, so now I have all three of those. And as far as I know and understand, no, you would have to. There is only two options here. And there is also three options here. That was the summoned guy, so it's not him. Maybe he had the... That makes sense that he can actually look around in here. And by that logic we can...
This lock is quite unusual. It appears that the key should be bent to the right.
we assume that this is the correct order. Aye. Am I stuck already? Oh. God damn it. Well, we assume that that went like that. Because there's only two options here, but do I need like two other... Because there's only two options here. We can assume that that's the right one. Or do I need to pin the evidence?
Stenwick makes his servant live in a tool shed? You think you know someone?
Wait, do I have to go all the way around from here, since I cannot open the... Since I cannot open the goddamn... No, I cannot go here. From the other side, I think that I probably cannot go from there either. Most likely there's also, yeah, there's a gate blocking me from this side. So that is not the solution.
If you find my man, I have a marvelous whiskey with your name on it.
I'll see. Anything in here? Nope. Just the top hat getting wet from the rain. I'm missing something. There's a key there, but why can't I take it? God damn it. Okay, so now I understand. Oh, there's more tracks there. Pile of logs fallen.
Someone moved a cart to this spot and then took it elsewhere. Can't see it anywhere in the garden.
Okay, so which one is wrong? This one. Oh yeah, it's the dragging one, this one.
Surveilling from afar, the intruder waited for a window of opportunity. When Kimahir went to sleep, the man crept up to the shack and slipped narcotics down the chimney pipe, then blocked it with a cloth. Kimahir inhaled the sedative and fell into a deep sleep. The intruder tried to move him, but the man was heavier than expected. The intruder fell on the sack and dropped his spyglass. In order to transport the servant, he had to use the cart. The final challenge was opening the garden door. Luckily for our intruder, Kimahir had the key in his shack.
missing something.
You'd best have found something by now, gentlemen.
I found the residue of narcotics in Kimahir's brazier. There are several explanations, perhaps your servant's recreational interest, or an attempt at poisoning.
Cut to the chase, Mr. Holmes.
I fear that someone may have spied upon Kimahir. Likely the owner of the spyglass I found earlier. It appears they were watching for some time, as there was an impressive amount of chewing tobacco on the ground.
And your point?
You said that you checked the shack earlier. Did you notice the cart tracks near it? Now, one ought to expect a servant to make regular use of such a thing. Indeed, I would have overlooked the detail were it not for the cart's absence. If, as you say, Kimahir never leaves your estate, then where did it go?
I expect answers from you, Mr. Holmes, not questions.
I won't keep you in suspense any longer, Captain. Kimahir was abducted by the owner of the spyglass. When your servant fell asleep, he slipped a narcotic into Kimahir's brazier to make him sleep even more soundly. In order to carry a man as large as Kimahir, the intruder stole the cart and rolled him right out of your garden.
Now, hold on. All this simply to tell me what I already know? Why haven't you found him yet?
I only arrived a moment ago. It is, frankly, incredible that I have already deduced so much.
Every second you dawdle here, waiting for me to
Give me the
stroke your
goddamn
ego
keys
is
then,
another
so I can
second wasted. I'm not interested in
check
the
where
how,
the goddamn
why,
tracks lead.
or the who. I am only interested in recovering my investment. Spare me the claptrap, boy, and go and fetch my servant.
The point is, Captain, we're telling you this for a reason. The intruder fled through the garden door, and we need a key to follow his trail.
Well, then you should have led with that. Here you go. I hope you'll return soon with good news. And in the meantime, please teach your companion the art of brevity.
So we now have the key. But it didn't come here, I see. Okay. Tracks seem to go there. This is a kid's game. No, I cannot. So okay, my only solution is to follow the tracks. really need to pin this.
What does it say? What does it say?
Can you read it, goddammit?
What does it say? What does it say? What does it say?
Why don't you just take the note out of it?
What does it say?
Welcome to the hunt. So this is basically a treasure hunt, therefore optional. And that's the statue of Arthur Conan Doyle, and there should be a card near there.
Treasure. Used to do lots of those in my childhood for myself and... Is it a call for help? A bad joke? Or both? Better not risk leaving this matter ignored, don't you think? Roy Soulsby. Could that be the name of our man? A strange substance. I have my suspicions based on the colour and consistency, but would you care to hazard a guess, Doctor?
Well, it's odorless, but from the way it absorbs water, I'd say saltpeter.
Then we're in agreement. Well done. Sturdy rope, professionally tied in a Portuguese bowline. This knot is often used by sailors to create a bosun's chair. Wheels picked up grass along the way. Kimahia's cart, I gather.
Nothing to do with this. Yes.
strand proved not so useless after all. The saltpeter accident. Doctor, do you recall?
The Port of London. Of course. The footwear, the spyglass.
Indeed. We shall need to take a cab there.
Yes, but first we will go to check the statue that I saw earlier. Now, where was it? Here's the gate to your place, and we came through there. We were then going through towards the bookstore, and it is here. So the statue is not there. Just here then, yes. There is the statue.
My gratitude, Sir Arthur.
And now I should find a doll from here. Evidence on the left side. There should be 2 trees here. Yes, here. And then I cannot go there. Oh. There you are.
A miner with a sooty face. At least, in doll form. What's this?
And that's at some kind of marketplace with a mansion looking over it. I wonder, how big is this area? Seems something like worth remembering. Investigation scene.
Let's just go. Stenwick wanted results, not pleasantries.
A model of a homely room and fireplace.
This is much more interesting than that. Okay, I can inspect all of these, but
Looks like a factory to me. Wonder what could get the gears inside moving.
okay. Oh, nice.
Ah,
So I need to find the slot for the...
a small minecart. Endearing, if disturbing. Looks like putting something in the slot may get the gears inside to move.
And can you just put the goddamn statue there?
Charles.
And I need the third doll for this one. And I can't even see the goddamn slot yet, because I don't have it. Do I have a map? Yes. This was near the bookshop. That could actually be near the marketplace. Oh, is there like a... There's an investigation zone that I haven't even been yet. Ooh. Oh, and this was the map for the first doll. So I can find the dolls. Yeah.
Padlocks have names etched onto them. Anne, Tom, Charles.
And we have the keys. Two of those.
Don't worry, I'll return the garden key to Stenwick during his next
What a grim view.
Okay, so by the logic that I have already found two of the dolls, the third one is also... Or am I like, most likely I'm there now. There could be the marketplace. I'd like... And... creepy. But things are going to get more creepier during this gameplay. Well, at least I assume so, because it's also... It's not just Sherlock Holmes. It's also inspired by Cthulhu mythos, so... This is where the statue was. We're on Baker Street now. It might be in this corner here. Well, I'm not sure if this is even the right place, but... Oh, you decided to lay down. The last one was in one of these. Oh, there you are.
Unnaturally bent legs, yet they look to be a design choice. Seem
That seems to be the bookstore, so this is basically just showing me where to go. How long have I been playing? 1 hour and 37 minutes. Now, let's go and see what's behind the closet. Or the cabinet, it's not a closet. Here. And then we went here, it's not that yard. That actually it was, I think. God damn it. Yeah, it was through here, here. And now, where is the slot in this last one? Fireplace?
a model of a homely room and fireplace. Chimney bears a peculiar form, like it's meant to have something put inside.
We already know. And now we have to zoom out and zoom back in. And then we can get the last key.
Tom.
What is the source of this light? Oh, next door.
Last doll. Seems recently made. Tom, Charles, Anne, and Mary.
Anne Coltrane, age 12, cause of death, blood loss to leg injury. Tom Gill, age 5, cause of death, smoke poisoning. Charles Potter, age 14, cause of death, severe burns, debilitating injuries. Okay, I see. You finally made it. You have found the last piece of the puzzle. But it's not only the last piece in this hunt. It's the last piece ever, my street pigeons. I know to a lot of you my riddles were the only glint of light in your day. But shining that soul beam meant being surrounded by complete darkness. With Charlie's death, the third of our foursome, my lips have lost the ability to smile. Life has forced us to work where we don't belong, squeezing that little light we had out of us. Each day ended with me praying the next when I'd have to climb down chimney again, breathe those awful fumes. Listen to all the screams would never come, and I don't even know how to pray. My friends thought I was the strongest, but with every loss I felt smaller and weaker. And now I feel nothing at all. So goodbye. I hope that one day you can fly away to warmer places. Happier times and never again be forced to give up your lives for scraps.
Not sure I like the treasure hunt's ending.
Could we really have saved her, Holmes?
No. Solving this crime is beyond my reach. It is society who must work on sparing children from death by hard labor.
We have a Oh, I can change how the good doctor dresses. Basically, you can wear that now. Okay, now where can I find a cab? Yeah, it's a... I would think that there might be a cab near Baker Street. Are you a cab driver? Yes.
Where to, Gav? The Port of London, please. I will show you where to stop.
To hell in handcraft cart.
Mr. Holmes, what a compelling mystery we have stumbled upon. Perhaps I have the premise of my next novel.
One kidnapping does not a story make.
Stop! A black cat crossed before us. It's a bad omen.
Do not take you for the superstitious type, Doctor. Such things are mere fantasies, tricks of a feeble mind. One imagines a physician would keep a surer footing in reality.
Perhaps. Before the war, my time abroad was difficult. Once, I came across an Afghan, bleeding, who I could not save. He pressed a rosary into my hand. A gift, he said, so as to gain God's favor. After that...
Dr. Watson?
Yes, well, I shan't get into details, but sometime later I found myself lost in the desert. Dehydration set in, and things grew ever more dire. The man's words came to me. I said a prayer, and placed the rosary on a rock. A gift to gain God's favor.
And you were rescued?
Yes. An detachment of British soldiers found me.
To whom I'm grateful. Without their diligence, you would not be standing here and I would not have this case.
I'm sure you have another explanation prepared, Mr. Holmes, but I think I shall cling to the occasional superstition all the same.
To each his own, Dr. Watson. So long as it does not interfere with my methods, do it. We must press on, cat or no cat. The question remains, why abduct Kimahir?
Sherlock can ask bystanders about piece of evidence. Okay. Good to know. Okay, so changing your outfits does nothing.
May I ask for your assistance?
I think I can help you.
The man usually wanders close to the dockyard. Good to know.
Are you able to help me?
I can't tell you because I don't know.
So you don't know nothing? Move, Watson. Goddammit.
Oh, hardly a reputable establishment.
I've seen worse.
Tickets to Oakmont, Massachusetts are still available. Sharon will depart next Tuesday from Pier and 2, not 12.
Greetings, miss. I'm hoping you can help us.
We shall soon see.
Always first observe your... morning sickness. Bit distant, most likely pregnant then. A little too tight, yeah. But does she know that she's pregnant, or is she trying to hide her pregnancy? Well, basically it could be any one of us.
Miss, what if I told you that you are in the family way?
No, really? Oh, thank you, sir. How would I, a simple woman, have ever known without your help? You must be a doctor.
In a manner of speaking.
He's not. He merely has the ego of one. I apologize, miss. Mr. Holmes is fond of his observations, but I am the doctor here, not him. Do you need any help?
I'm fine, thank you. I would rather not discuss my condition, nor let word of it spread.
I heard tell of a recent explosion in the port.
So I was wrong, but I hate when these games do that. It could be either one of them.
Blaze. The sky was red with smoke till morning.
Where precisely did it occur?
The ship sank near the 3rd pier, next to the dockyard.
My colleague and I are seeking a burly man, above average height, with workman's boots.
Half my customers, then. Your description hardly narrows things down.
Are you familiar with a Roy Soulsby?
Roy Soulsby? I know the name, but he's not one of my regulars. My guess is that he works somewhere around here.
It's another door.
Are you able to help me?
Ugh, I'm sorry, but I don't know anything.
It appears that the saltpeter explosion rattled the locals. Can't blame them for staying at home.
What's the layout of this place? Those lines probably mean something. Just don't know yet. What yet? But just to stay on some kind of logic on this. Can I go to your back room? No. Bloody hold on. So we started from here.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Most likely I have to go near the dock.
Excuse me, just one question.
Get more information.
I know nothing about this.
Near the dockyard. And this is the other door to the bar.
Are you able to help me?
I can't help you with this.
Could you help me?
Sorry, sir. I can't help you.
Do you know anything? I cannot talk to you, so please just sit down there. I cannot talk to you either.
Man, he's very sick here. It sounds as though those people will need my help.
New case, the Silver Tide. Let's go help them then.
Hello, this is Dr. Watson. We'll take a look at your friend. Freshly dug up treasures, it seems.
Everything ends up in a river. It's a good thing these people take something from it.
Decolorized skin, initial stages of necrosis, severe blistering. Man is sick.
The water has a curious whitish tinge to it. The subject is hyperventilating. He has a pale face and dilated pupils. Dilated pupils, decolorized skin, necrosis. What do you make of this, Doctor?
All signs point towards acute poisoning. It could possibly be due to chemicals. I won't jump to any conclusions.
What are you looking at? You like to watch how a man suffocates himself for food?
Not really.
It's a large harbour. If our kidnapper is hiding here, finding him won't be easy.
The coffee won't go away and the doctor's too pricey.
Do I need to take like another... Better look for the source of contamination upstream. Hard to tell which way the water is flowing, but I assume... Why can't send it on? The river is going there, so most likely...
The coffee won't go away and the doctor's too pricey.
Pile of rotten food. It carries danger, but not of the kind that we witnessed.
There's most likely a body or something in here.
Gruesome. It's been decomposing for weeks. If this were the origin of the disease, it would have started sooner than a few days ago. The waterway goes under the buildings. We'll need to find other open sections in order to continue our search.
I see.
Almost no fish the last couple of days.
Hell, Kirve's missing for a week. Please tell if you see him. Ask Dea in Porta. Send it down a red rack over house entrance. Like tons of ways that I'm gonna move through. The Star of Gibraltar is seeking a carpenter and able seaman. Write to Captain Akab Leadenhall, Street Post Office. And what about the other note? Strongmen needed for honest work. Apply for details at the pub any Wednesday. And why cannot I read the third one? Okay. Oh. We don't want to fall down. I wonder if there is going to be combat in this game. The last one had some sort of. It seems that there is some glitches in this game. That's the river. I cannot read that note. This is most likely the back door of the bar. So now I have scoured this side of this place, but I didn't go here actually. Is there anything in here worth checking out? Not in these two cases at least. So in that case we shall continue through here. There last time.
Ma Dalton swears she saw ghosts in warehouse too. The coppers even went over there. Must be serious.
Okay, it's the haunted house. Too many ways to go. Okay, so it just needs to be open.
Excuse me, just one question.
Of course I know. To cut a long story short.
People say that Mr. Salisbury may have gone to watch the ship that exploded yesterday near the third pier.
Is this familiar to you?
No, sir, I've never heard of it.
Is that the exploded ship?
Not in the mood, mate. Shoo!
Pardon me, sir. I am looking for Roy...
Oh, not again. Yes, I'm Roy. But I can't help you find your uncle or whoever you've lost.
Now, what makes you think I would inquire about missing people?
You are the fourth person to ask this week. Just because I work at the port doesn't mean I keep track of everyone who comes here.
You say we are not the first to ask you about a disappearance. Do you recall anything about those who came inquiring?
I only remember the foreign woman. I didn't catch her name, but those are her posters hanging up everywhere. She has badgered me twice now, and I still don't know nothing.
And this woman can be found?
No clue. She was talking gibberish.
May I ask what you're doing here?
This is where the ship sank the other day. I'm trying to work out how we'll remove it.
Now, where was I?
Mint solid gold. He's of English blood, around 5'5", and has a words build. His lack of muscle tone implies that he is hardly strong, and Mr. Soulsby does not seem to look like Kimia's abductor. His left palm bears several stamp ink stains, some letters remain visible. HM Gus, apparently Mrs. is the customs officer. He holds brand new Waltham Hillside watch in his pocket. He can never afford such thing, so he may have stolen it. I assume that you're a corrupt officer.
Can't help you there, mate. Sorry, doesn't ring a bell. Sorry, doesn't ring a bell.
Have you seen this before?
My card? Where did you dig that up?
At a crime scene near Baker Street involving a young servant's kidnapping, I might add.
No. Someone used it without my consent. How else would it end up there? That boat explosion stopped most traffic coming into the port. Guess I'll be without work for a while.
So we have found Mr. Soulsby then. That's a train. From here I assumed we can go close to the ship that has exploded. Tier 3. So I cannot just spam L1. Okay, so we are now circled back around here. Now, where's the investigation zone?
Swears she saw ghosts in warehouse too. The coppers even went over there. Must be serious.
Help me, please.
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
May I ask for your assistance?
I wish I could be of help, but I can't. Sorry.
Are you able to help me?
Ugh, I'm sorry, but I don't know anything.
Okay, so basically now I have circled around everywhere that I can go. I need to fast travel.
Excuse me, just one question.
I can't help you with this.
Excuse me, just one question.
I wish I could be of help, but I can't. Sorry.
Red track. So this most likely. Okay, so last time we couldn't come in here.
Hello, lad. Is this where I may find Dea?
You read the poster? Yes? You know where my brother Girves is?
Sadly, no. Well, not yet. Where did you last see Girves?
He worked at a, warehouse. This man, Roy Solby, gave him the job. He paid him a necklace.
Do you still have the necklace that Solsby gave to Girves?
Girves left it near the, shrine. I tried to sell it to buy Amma medicine, but no one wanted to buy.
I want to speak to Dea. Is she around?
Amma, my mother, she got sick after the fire. Big red smoke. She couldn't breathe, so I took her to the doctor. Now I am in charge.
How would you describe this Solsby?
He was big and strong. He had a big scary eye.
Scary, you say?
Yes, like it was made of metal.
Don't go anywhere.
I miss Girves. Do you think he's okay?
So that was Girves.
This cheap pendant looks like silver, but it's only made of tin. No surprise the boy couldn't sell it.
Anything else in here?
I should have helped Amma put out the posters.
If I'd been
If she hadn't been in the smoke so long, maybe she wouldn't be sick. I'm sorry about my English. I try hard, but the rules don't make sense. It's stupid.
Okay, so now we have more clues. Oh.
The coffee won't go away. The doctor's too pricey.
May I ask you something?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
May I ask for your assistance?
It's too
I
pricey.
could be of help, but I can't. Sorry.
Now, what's next? Nepali Post testimonial.
Have you ever heard of a man with a metallic eye?
I've seen him even. Dirty Summers is the name. A nasty lout, with a silver ball in place of a missing eye. Have you been drinking? Have you been drinking? Have you been drinking? Have you been drinking?
What do you know about this poster?
A foreign woman asked to put it up. She's plastered them all over the port.
Any clues as to her whereabouts?
None. It was hard to understand what she was saying.
I shudder to ask, but where does one find a Dirty Summers?
He likely signed on with a ship. I am not one to spy on others, let alone him.
I see.
My advice, keep away from him.
Okay, where was I? Where was I? Have we...
What can I get you?
Okay, so no more conversation available with you. I can deduct something I have found. Worker's apron. Oh, it shows the color, okay. Alright. I doubt that. Okay, so I don't have enough for that one. I have been here.
Ma Dalton swears she saw ghosts in Warehouse 2. The coppers even went over there. Must be serious.
Where is Warehouse 2 then? This is Pier 3, so... Now which one was the evidence? It was Kimias abductor.
What are you gawping at?
No, we are not gonna confront
take my
him
leave.
yet. Because we are not quite sure. But on the other hand, can I even do this? Well, let's just... Oh, Watson! Let's see what happens.
Mr. Soulsby, you know more than you're letting on.
What makes you say that?
A man named Dirty Summers was involved in some recent kidnappings across London. He used your name as a cover for his deeds.
What? Really? That doesn't mean I'm involved, though.
Okay.
Your calling card was found at the crime scene. That's enough to make you a suspect.
You cannot be serious.
Give me one moment. I shall take my leave.
That is right. Can I even find any other evidence? Because it seems that I can't go anywhere else. Now we're back at the river. One and two. Warehouses. Okay, I haven't even been here. Warehouse 8, 9, 10. 2 was supposedly Broken through by force recently. Car
A
tracks
recent cart crash.
fell sideways under the weight pressure.
Phenol, a dangerous substance often used as a sanitizer, coming from Spade Chemicals.
Try never load this trolley with more than half the weight of Danny Nutcracker or 200 pounds at a time. She did the Mexican Flamingo with Joshua at the porting, and the porting is not running. Well, since the trolley that is, Joshua broke long ago. Also, the ship from Barbados asked for 1 ton of phenol, so let's hurry up. Okay.
The fish's scales have decolorized. What a disaster.
I see. And now most likely I can I can ask about don't run away from
Can I ask you a question?
Of course I know. To cut a long story short.
The Spade Chemicals building is located at Warehouse 5. I cannot speak.
Do you know anything about this?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Okay, so now it's okay, so it tells me, that's good thing. Six, 7, 4. 5 should be here, maybe. 12. There's the train. I came through here. Place of an accident 7, 6, 4, 3, this is the number 2 one that has allegedly has posting, then is that? And this is number 5.
Barrels of phenol from your company ended up in the canal. It has poisoned people. You will need to clean it up properly. Otherwise, we will inform the authorities.
What the? We will call the cleaning brigade immediately. I hope this can stay between us.
Human waste. Despite looking fairly hazardous, I doubt it could cause such acute poisoning.
Yes, it really not very happy then.
I will come back here later for that. I will save it to the next episode. I have to browse my...
Ma Dalton swears she saw ghosts in warehouse too.
Yes, I know.
Even went over there.
Gentlemen, the doctor here and I have found the source of the contamination. Spade Chemicals will take care of it.
That's pretty good news. But how long will it take? And what about our friend? Will someone pay for his treatment?
Pressurize the company. But for now, get rid of the stained clothes and rinse any phenol-affected skin. No one else should touch the canal today.
Thank you, we'll do that. Let's go to the chief doctor for help.
So that was easy one, and I just needed to run around for a while. Plague Doctor. Okay, so do I have any evidence that I can... Third Summer is Kimia's kidnapper. It seems that Roy Solsby could be someone's accomplice. I could use probably this as evidence.
Moskva. Sounds like this ship was from the east.
My money is on a loose cigarette or a discarded match. One careless throw, and boom.
What are you gawping at?
Mr. Soulsby, you know more than you're letting on.
What makes you say that?
A man named Dirty Summers was involved in some recent kidnappings across London. He used your name as a cover for his deeds.
What? Really? That doesn't mean I'm involved, though. Boulder Dash. Sorry, you lost me there.
Mr. Soulsby, you know more than you're letting on.
What makes you say that? And how do I fit in all this? Sorry, you lost me there.
Mr. Soulsby, you know more than you're letting on.
What makes you say that? And how do I fit in all this? Sorry, you lost me there.
Mr. Soulsby, you know more than you're letting on.
What makes you say that? And how do I fit in all this? Sorry, you lost.
Have I lost
Soulsby, you know more
evidence
than
that
you're
I
letting
used
on.
earlier?
What makes you say that?
A man named Dirty Summers was involved in some recent kidnapping.
Boulder Dash. Sorry, you lost me there.
What?
Mr. Soulsby, you know more than you're letting on.
And how do I fit in all this? Sorry, you lost me there.
What were the two pieces of evidence that I used earlier?
And how do I fit in all this?
God damn it, why
Sorry,
they
you lost.
keep changing the
Mr.
order?
Soulsby, you know more than you're letting on.
What makes you say? And how do I fit in all this? Sorry, you lost me there.
Mr. Soulsby, you know more than you're letting on.
Am I stuck now?
A man named Dirty Summers was involved in some recent kidnappings across...
Boulder Dash. Sorry, you lost me there.
Mr. Soulsby, you know more than you're letting on.
And how do I fit in all this? Sorry, you lost.
Mr. Soulsby, you know more than you're letting on. A man named Dirty Summers was involved in some recent kidnapping.
Boulder Dash. Sorry, you lost me there.
Mr. Soulsby, you know more than you're letting on.
What?
A man named Dirty Summers was involved in some recent kidnapping. Your calling card was found at the crime scene. That's enough to make you a suspect.
You cannot be serious.
Yes, I can. Siis eistä tämän mitä toin.
It's true. And that's before mentioning your gold watch. It's brand new and awfully expensive for a customs officer. Clearly you have found yourself another source of income. I'm sure Scotland Yard will be delighted to investigate further.
All right, stop. Look, it's not as it seems. I did not partake in the kidnappings.
I'm all ears, Mr. Soulsby.
Yes, I know Summers. He paid me to turn a blind eye to his business in the warehouse area. Just that. On my word.
You did not tell me which warehouse he used?
I do not recall, but I used red paint to mark unsupervised warehouses. Ought to be one of them.
What else can you say of Summers?
He's a regular at the Cursed Mermaid. Goes there with his crew almost every evening.
What for?
I don't know. I assumed just for a drink.
Okay, so now we got him. After I butchered with the evidence long enough. Character format. Can I talk to this man anymore?
Wonder why people are going missing. Puts a man on edge, you know.
Let's go see if we can talk to the barmaid again and ask about Summers. Fine, let's use this .net.
Why do I have the feeling that you know more about Dirty Summers than you're letting on?
I have nothing more to add, sir. I failed to follow. Are you finished? I have glasses to wash.
Why do I have the feeling that you know more about Dirty Summers?
I failed to follow. Are you finished? I have glasses.
Why do I have the feeling that you know more about Dirty Summers than you're... Enough. I have hard evidence that Summers was involved in recent kidnappings across London.
I'm not surprised. So what?
A customs officer, Roy Soulsby, testified that Summers was a regular here. You must know something about his business.
All I know is his drinks order. Hard to make heads or tails of this. Are you finished? I have...
Why do I have the feeling that you know more about Dirty Sum? Enough. I have hard evidence that Summers was involved in recent kidnappings across London.
I'm not surprised. So what?
What is the final piece of evidence?
A customs officer, Roy Soulsby, testified that Summers...
Hard to make heads or tails of this. Are you finished?
Why do I have the feeling that you
Is
know
it the
more about
goddamn
Dirty...
portrait again?
Enough. I have hard evidence that Summers was in... A customs officer, Roy Soulsby, testified that some... If the lives of the missing do not concern you, then I would urge you to think about your unborn child.
Are you threatening me?
Nothing of the sort, but that doesn't mean that there won't be consequences for your silence. Everyone knows you happily served Summers and his crew. Should the police come knocking, you'll be the one going away. And none of us wish to see you raise a child behind bars. Now, spare yourself the trouble and tell me all you know.
Okay. Summers hired my private room. I think he used it to recruit people, but I haven't seen him in a few days. He paid me cash, so I paid him no attention. Nor did I touch anything inside. There's the key. Go and do what you will. Just leave me out of it.
Rusty key. Now, where is this private room? Most likely here.
The hairs on the back of my neck stood up.
Eerie paintings. Strongman need for moving crates in warehouse area.
£5. That won't go far.
Parker and Williams Co. Manchesters. Invoice number 012B. Date 20th of September 82. Sold to Oscar Sommers. Cargo high quality sailcloth packed in wooden crates. Quantity of 50 crates, total 50 pounds.
Strange symbols. I don't recognize them.
to the warehouse area. Terrain is depressing. Where the hell can I go there fastest? From here, I think, if I remember correctly. And then here, I think. I remember there being stairs.
Are you able to help me?
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
Wrong warehouse. Nothing to see here. Good evening, Constable. I heard some people talking of ghosts in this warehouse.
Gossips, all of them. An old lady neighbour saw some lights and ghostly shapes in the middle of the night. She heard music too. Turns out this was the warehouse of Grandpa Kujak. He owned a business with theatre props for scary shows. I went in and... well, it is a bit creepy. But I think it was probably just some kids fooling around.
Do you mind if I take a look inside?
Not at all. It's like Madame Tussauds, only worse. I'll be on the beat round the pub for the rest of the night. Damned explosion. Good night, sir.
We are not gonna go there yet. We are first going to complete this. Now, where was the warehouse number 12? Well, this is the dumbest lockpicking minigame that I have ever tried. Oh, okay, so this makes sense. I need to lift these all up.
Really, Holmes, this ought to be beneath you. As my brother would say, it is for the greater good. Mold. That's why you don't leave sailcloth lying out. Good quality, but torn in many spots. There are a couple of marks on this end. The scratches are fresh, left by something metallic.
Well, most likely vodka.
This crank saw some use. Layers of rust will prevent any movement. Well oiled and well maintained. Fit for a crank. It's stuck. No one's used it in a very long time. It's stuck. No one's used it in a very long time. A hidden passage, just as I expected.
Okay, so I cannot return here, so let's actually go to the warehouse 2 then. I thought that I had time.
An effective contraption. It still works.
I see. And those look like coasts. We are most likely going to go down there, so... Anything else up here? Nope. That's the door that we used to get in. Is it possible to...
Who is this intended to scare? Phosphorus, used recently. Where is this going? Several crates are missing.
I see. Missing crates.
Somebody had fun. Bottles of various shapes and sizes. I detect a mix of chemicals and aromas. No brand or markings. It looks like a bulk product.
Okay, so we go outside from that.
That's most likely the ghost the old lady saw through the window. Inspired by the legend of Sleepy Hollow. They opened the casket and left marks. There was a box in the coffin. It was removed quite recently.
So, seems like smuggling then.
A herbal odor with an acylic base. Liquor? A small cart left those tracks.
Yeah, it's not gonna be that. Nope.
Somebody played with phosphorus to give the illusion of ghosts or ectoplasm. In reality, they were here to mix a few ingredients and prepare a solution of some sort. Then they took a box hidden inside the casket. And they left through that gate with a small cart.
Investigation scene completed. The deceased owner of the warehouse had a business with theater props.
Dr. Tippett's electric pectobrain. Patent medicine of the future.
This is a patent medicine. A quick fix at an expensive price that drags the patient slowly into death.
Do you know anything about this?
I think I can help you.
Dr. Tippett's electric Vectobrain can be found in the Sandy Towns. It is dispensed in a yard to the sick and suffering. No, this is not the Sandy Town. But we are close. Here.
Nothing won't go away. The doctor's too pricey.
Where are we? The field hospital?
The patient has a high temperature and is short of breath.
The cart from Warehouse 2.
Babyface, very young. Phosphorus. Almost doctor. Funny. Homemade medicine recipes. The man appears too young to have completed medical studies, and therefore can hardly claim his doctor title. His hands are stained by phosphorus, most likely from the prop's warehouse. He is carrying a book on homemade medicine. He may have good intentions, but good intentions are poor substitute for expertise.
Good evening, sir. Are you the gentleman who sells that intriguing Vectobrain beverage?
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm Dr. Thomas Tippett, and yes, its proud inventor and purveyor.
Are you a doctor? You seem remarkably young.
I'm self-educated. I help people in need around these parts with my medicine.
Helping, as in bringing to the grave?
That is unfair, sir. The virtues of my invention are to calm the nerves, to stop coughing due to the endless smog, and to help children to sleep.
Has your beverage been tested by your peers or any medical authority? I am a doctor, and it appears that you are playing with people's lives, people who place their trust in you to ease their pain.
People need help, and drugs are expensive. My formula helps, and it's inexpensive. The product is dispensed from here locally, so dose and usage are controlled. I looked into other patented medicines. They contain harmful or useless substrate, and they're sold in respected shops and pharmacies.
Do you realize what you are doing? You are playing with people's health.
You are a doctor. Take a look at my product. You won't find mercury, radium, lithium, or any other toxic substances drowned in alcohol and sold freely by so-called health professionals. I can show you how I work. Let me help people.
Watson, what do you make of this situation?
I'm not sure. Patent medicines can be a scourge, yes, but he is not entirely wrong in practice.
Why the haunted warehouse?
Well, nobody was using it, and people are afraid of ghosts. It kept them away until today. What I do is not entirely legal, but I do help people. I help up to 50 people here every day. It is working.
Let's go from this side. Monsieur Constable. Should I report Thomas Tippett? I wish that I had an audience to have a poll with, but I don't, so...
Constable, I'm afraid we saw some troubling signs, unnatural even, inside the warehouse. Dr. Watson here can confirm it, and he's a specialist. It would be best to stay away for now.
Really? I'm 99% sure that ghosts don't exist, gentlemen. I won't report this to my colleagues after my shift. Some of them might be the naive sort who scare easy.
How can I help? I could try and flag someone down.
Almost all men die from their remedies rather than their diseases. I want to change that.
Okay, so now it's time to go to that warehouse again. Now, where the fuck was it? Up here, turn right. Was there any more warehouse? Yeah, number 8.
Unlikely that this warehouse has the goods.
We already know that but now, where was number 12? Number 4, 6, 7. This was number 12. Now let's go and see what's behind the secret door.
Wait
Yes.
here, Watson, and keep an eye on the doors. I'll scout the premises.
Will do. Be careful down there.
Is this now going to be the combat section? Almost looked like a loading screen because the camera was inside of my top hat. Now, what do we find down here?
Wait, what's happening?
What's happening to me? Okay, so now we are diving into the Lovecraftian
Where am I?
mythos.
Strangely cold. Something is missing. This cannot have been under the port of London all along. Is it an illusion?
Yes. The only way forward is the abyss.
Only way forward is the abyss.
So we cannot even try to open the door. The abyss, so basically do I need to jump down from here?
Phew, I didn't die.
Something changed.
It is icy cold and pulsating.
Do I seriously need to jump down again? Like, this doesn't make any sense.
My heart, be calm.
Okay, that... I hear weeping. The door closes. Okay, so no, I don't run there. If I jump down again. No, I just spawn back here. How about if I don't touch that? Okay, no.
Somewhere else.
How curious. I couldn't run, I had to walk.
It's harder to breathe here.
Because I think that we are under the depths. And we are gonna find Cthulhu down here.
Is that?
Nothing. It's the illusion of your mind. What if I jump down there?
It's like it stares right through me.
An eye. For an eye. Let's jump down here.
Oh
Yes, it was. There's also blood on the ground now. What we did so we are now up here. Alright. I can drop down back there. Most likely I need to go there. Cthulhu, the Great One. This has stopped now. But I cannot just open the door, it seems, so I need to do something else.
It's like it stares right through me.
Yes, yes. What do I do to get the door open? Do I need to dive into that monster again? Door still there. I can drop down from there. Let's actually try this. Most likely that wasn't the solution. I was almost banking on it that the door wasn't actually there, so... Fine. Well, not yet. Is anything here? No. Nope. Okay, let's dive back in there. Eat me again. Yes, I don't care. The door is still closed. Clearly I need to do something, but what that something is, I don't know. Planets on the sky. Just go down. Let's heal that. No, I just come back here again. Okay, now I know how I open the door. Is that telling me that I need to press R1 on the door then? Ah.
Head is already spinning. When will this end?
Who knows? Okay. That opens, there's 3 doors and I need to go through there, so now I need to find 2 of those.
There are 2 recesses.
2 things are missing. So first, let's just go here.
On my head.
Fuck, I
What
hate
just
this.
happened?
I hate this kind of puzzles. Is there anything different? And these doors. At first glance, they all say look exactly alike. Got some glow there. That doesn't glow. one glowed a little. No glow. No glow. And no glow. So we will take this. First up to glow more. What if I go just back? Oh, it seems to be a different door every time. Two on my right side, two on my left side. So no, it was not there.
It's rather frustrating.
Okay, so I'm always facing the same door that I went in. So far, this has only been...
Oh, that is truly revolting. Frozen and pulsing almost like it has a heart.
Okay. Not this one then. Maybe this one?
The stench. A strange stone. It almost feels alive.
Okay, the door moves back now. And it opened. Can I now just run there? Okay. Very interesting.
Am I... Did I get out? John?
What is it, Holmes?
Watson?
Holmes, where are you?
Holmes.
Holmes, are you all right?
Fine. Watson, I'm fine, thank you for asking.
Fine? By Jove, you should have heard the way you called out my name.
It was just a game of shadows.
How do I have a beard now?
I'm glad. This place gives me the chills. What are we dealing with?
Something that's finally interesting.
How long have I been here? Yes, we can check on Cthulhu statue.
An American passport. Amos Colby. Someone got their hands dirty painting this with blood.
Given name, Amos, surname Colby, hair color red, eye color brown, date and place of birth April 20th of 52 in Boston, Massachusetts. I'm not even trying to pronounce that right. Date of entry into country September 22nd, 82. The back of the passport features bloody drawing. It vaguely depicts a sea creature, perhaps an octopus. Northwood Agency, any manner of discreet investigation. For you we shall search the world. 154 Pennsylvania Lane, Boston, Massachusetts. Maybe someday I learn how to pronounce that.
At least 24 pendants, all identical and made of tin. I've never seen a pattern like this before. Old blood stains.
Sacrificial knife.
It seems made for simple experiments. I wager they could not afford a better set. This box contained a narcotic substance, much like the one in Kimihia's brazier. Black Edelweiss Institute, established 17-something.
Most likely we need to take that back to the Baker Street.
Oh, potent. This sensor has more narcotic residues. What on earth? It looks like the scribbling of madmen.
Dried mud crumbs.
Cyanosis of the lips, marks on the neck. This man was strangled. His abdomen is severely bloated. Did you hear that, Watson?
I hear you.
Miserable food, mass-produced. A small bloodstain, but not serious. The strength it would take to carry this crate, let alone break it. Deep scratches left in a frenzy.
Most likely the victim was inside of that box.
I must have seen this one before. That explains my hallucinations. These clothes are missing buttons. They were forcefully removed.
Most likely this game is going to jump scare me at some point.
Dumpra, a staple of lecturemen's attire in Nepal, gathered from dozens of people at the very least. Who are these people?
This seem like a real picture, so this might actually be the dev team. I'm still missing something.
Kianak, Flegethor, Lebumna, Siaha, Inguft.
The man on the altar was a private detective from the Northwood Agency in Boston, Mr. Colby. He may have been investigating the disappearances before getting caught and killed by the preparators. I need more information.
I hope we are close to finding our answers. This place is unsettling.
I hope that so too. And illuminate something. This might actually be just a dev room. We don't see those anymore, but that often in games, but this actually seems like that it could be one.
Oh, potent. This sensor has more narcotic residues.
What am I missing?
Holmes, are you sure you've left no stone unturned?
Okay, so we just leave from that door. Maybe I start to flip around with these. There might have been a battle, but this is more likely. Although this isn't showing. At the moment there's no evidence about this first shipping going around this. But it's likely it can be that too. He was strangled, so most likely it's that one. Forcefully ripped, so it's most likely this one then. There are tons of those pendants, so I will go with that for starters. Oh, there is something.
Someone used mud to draw a cross in a rectangle. Why? These clothes were crudely cut off someone. An American, judging by the style. Fine rope work. Can't buy a finer blade. were brought to this place. Their abductors stripped off their clothes and discarded them in a pile. The prisoners were kept in a soporific trance by the use of narcotics. A few tried to resist, but alas, in vain. After a few days, everyone was stuffed in a crate and sent elsewhere. Only one captive was left behind. He was strangled to death on this altar.
What the hell is happening, Holmes?
Calm yourself.
Aliens.
Cannot be.
What is it? Oh my God.
I'm dealing with the cultists.
Please tell me we found all we needed to, Holmes.
I think we found a bit more than that.
Yet we have no clue as to where those people have been taken.
And that's where you're wrong, Watson. We have more than enough. I just need to connect the dots. How about you pack your suitcase in the meantime, my dear fellow? Just in case.
The symbol lies within the temple underneath the warehouse 12. The abductees are headed for the Black Edelweiss Institute established in the 1700s. It lies somewhere in Switzerland. Some key information for your case can be found in the archives. Open your casebook with the edges and highlight evidence marked with an open book. Press triangle to start your research. Most likely private. Established in 1789 by Professor Keller, the institute specializes in mental illnesses and addictions. It is currently headed by Professor Gigox.
Dr. Watson, how does a trip to Switzerland sound to you?
It sounds unexpected. What makes you think we should head there?
It's all about the box with narcotics and Mr. Colby's clue, the cross inside a rectangle. Put two and two together, add a dash of research, and what do you get? The Black Edelweiss Institute in Interlaken, Switzerland. If we hurry, we can still catch tonight's train.
Whispers in the dark.
As grateful as I have been for your company, Dr. Watson, I'm afraid you shall have to investigate Edelweiss alone.
Alone? Mr. Holmes, I fear you overestimate my abilities.
Nonsense. You are a military man, a bastion of British courage.
I'm no such thing. As a doctor, I avoided most combat, save for one dreadful day. My troop was ambushed in a village with innocents caught in the crossfire. Too many to help.
The man with the rosary. He was one of them?
A translator, yes. We were trapped. 6 soldiers and myself. I thought it was the end. But Lieutenant Paget refused to go quietly. The men prepared for a final stand. I rose to follow, but Paget shook his head. He told me to run. That I had other men to save. They charged, and I fled through the rear. So you see, Mr. Holmes, I am a coward.
The logic seems inescapable.
Yes.
You, a surgeon by trade, would have been perfectly useless in that conflict.
What?
No. And how many men have you helped since? Ailments eased, troubles tended?
No more than a handful. Truth be told, I have become somewhat of a recluse.
How many people could you help with 30 years ahead of you? Dozens? Hundreds? Paget was correct. You can cease your self-recrimination.
Holmes, I don't know what to say.
I would start with, I am Dr. John Watson, may I look around? The Edelweiss staff will doubtless be eager to show off their facilities to a fellow physician. I have already taken the liberty of sending a letter on your behalf to request a visit.
And what of you?
I shall be pursuing other avenues. Should you see anything troublesome or improper, simply notify the local authorities. Otherwise, try a little analysis yourself. You know my methods. Apply them.
Creepy Mental Institute. Mountains of Madness. Edelweiss Institute. And I will end this episode here. It's been long enough, 4 hours, 17 minutes. I will upload this on YouTube at some point, and if you end up watching this there, please leave a like, subscribe to my channel. Hopefully someday I can have more time to upload more stuff. But anyways, see you next time. Bye for now.